Hey, welcome to the corner stream. I'm picking up from yesterday's stream. So as you can see, I have done the lighting setup for one of my camera angles. So that's really good progress, and I want to keep up the progress by moving on to the next camera. If you're new to the Corner Bird Blender streams, or if you're new to my channel, I am, let me just set these guys up first. I'm working on a Elden Ring DLC fan sculpt. This is done in nomad sculpt, and I am not completely done with it yet, but it has reached a point where it's good enough for lighting and rendering. Also, these flames are quite, in some sense, like the lowest poly that I created for them with decimation. Oh my god, why is this a straight line? And if you don't know me, I don't like straight lines happening in my artwork. No! It's so weird how I wouldn't see these kind of things until until I'm like, oh, it's done. But then, well, I'm speaking off tangent here. So right now I'm trying to do some lighting and rendering for my sculpt, and hopefully finish that up and do some, maybe like edit it a little bit in the painting software. Yeah, and hopefully post it on my Instagram account, which is a little dead right now, but that's because I've been spending quite a lot of time learning new things to make stuff like these, which I've never done before. So it's really cool that I set myself to do these kind of stuff. Before I move to the camera, that I guess for anyone coming in, let me just quickly show you the camera angles, and also to show you like what kind of stuff I have on my plate right now. This is the main, wait, let me also change, I think this one, yeah. So right now there's this main cam where it will show the sculpt from the front view. There is a snake cam. Where is the snake cam? It's here. There is a snake cam which I've done the lighting for, which is this one. There is there's a main cam. This close-up cam where it focuses on the faces. Also, one of the problems with the main face cam, not the face cam, but the main front camera, is that the girl's face is completely covered. But I can't make the sculpt. When I was sculpting this, I think I adjusted her arm so that it's not blocked in certain angles. I think mainly in this angle. So I mean, I did put a note down here when I go back to Nomad Sculpt to refine this, to refine my like my cloth sculpt or the wings and all that stuff, or like especially the armor pieces. Like I was wondering whether or not I should move her arm away, but probably not, because I've made it such that at certain angles the face wouldn't be covered, especially this one, this angle here. But yeah, so this camera angle is to show a close-up of both of them. And it also kind of reminds me of the gameplay trailer of Elden Ring DLC. Maybe I was subconsciously really inspired by the gameplay trailer. I think it's around the last frame of the gameplay trailer, Elden Ring DLC gameplay trailer, where there's someone with crucible wings facing head to Messmer in the air, which is kind of what inspired this whole sculpt in the first place. Then there's this cape sculpt, because I really like the cape that I did for Messmer. I also like the wings, but I think putting the wings and the cape together in one shot this way would introduce too much empty space in the background. So I think this angle is quite a good in between, where it gets some of the wings, some of the cape, and the base around it with the spears and all that. And this will be the one that I'll be focusing on right now. But before that, another camera angle, which is focused on the flames. I like a lot of these flames too, but I just want to do one angle, so I chose to showcase the main bulk of the flames right here. Also, I think, I'm not really sure, let me see if the others show up. This is the main camera, and then snake cam. Yeah, I guess they're I guess even if I like these right here, why am I selecting all the small ones? So I like these a lot. Like, I like the sculpt that I made for these, but you know, with the nature of a really large area and a lot of fire around, I was choosing between this or this, and this is the one that I chose. So that is the flame cam, and hopefully this will look good when I replace it with the higher res flames. Yeah, I'm also contemplating maybe I should do a render with just the flames without the base. It looks quite cool. I'm not sure whether if I switch off the HDRI and then bring the lighting in. Yeah, let me just save before I turn this into rendered mode, because it can sometimes swapping into rendered mode can crash my file. Like, it rarely does, but when it does, it's heartbreaking. So just remember to save all the time. But yeah, like something like this, it looks really cool. But maybe it doesn't make sense to. Maybe it makes sense if I put this on ArtStation and I just do a screenshot of this. I just make it bigger, and then I just do like a screenshot like this. I think that will work out quite well. But in terms of like actual renders, I think I'll put the base in because that's what it is. Let me just switch it back because I think the original one is slower. Also switch this back to solid. Oh, and one last camera angle is the top view, but I'm still I'm still trying to pick between this one and this one. Wait, no, this is a new one. Wait, let me look for, oh, this one. So this was one of the older camera angles. And yeah, I'm just trying to think, do I like this one more or this one more? In some sense, the wings here are more dynamic because it's diagonal here, whereas this one is quite straight on. But and also like it shows more of this. There are more surface of the wings being shown, I think. Actually, is it? Yeah, I think it's easier if I just compare with this. So I think if like they both have their own good qualities about them. One feels more static. The older one feels a little bit more static to me. There's also more zoomed out. If you see the wings and the girl's feet, they are fitting in the frame because there's more. They are more like this facing towards the camera. So if you compare the two, the amount of wings to the amount of space between the feet and the edge of the screen of the frame is around the same. But then there's a lot more negative space here, empty space here, which might be a nice thing, especially when I do the lighting, do like a proper lighting for this shot. But yeah, I guess it's like a give and take kind of situation. This is already the day of me looking at this, and I'm still not really sure whether I like one or the other better. Kind of feels to me that I want to do an in-between of the both of them. You know, like maybe doing an in-between might be a good idea. So I will write that down in my to-do list. Okay. So if you're new to this channel, I struggle a lot with creating finished art pieces, and I've been trying to train that up bit by bit, because I mean, if I just jump right into it, I can get overwhelmed. So making these kind of to-do lists is really beneficial for me to just see what I've done. So this was what I did in the first or second blended stream. And like I tend to forget a lot of the positive things in my life, especially because of like the culture of growing up in an environment where people only kind of like usually only point out the negatives, or like they kind of try to like sweep everything under the rug and be like overly unrealistically positive about things. Unrealistically, that doesn't make sense. But like I tend to find that I really forget about the good things that I've done in my life, and I remember a lot of the negative aspects of like oh, this is like, this angle sucks, or like, oh no, like why are the flames looking like that kind of things. But having a to-do list and also keeping track of what you're doing throughout your project and making a new set of lists to, like, as you can see, I just thought of something else to do, which is the top view. Do a blend between the old and new camera angles. This way I can be more systematic and also be more like practical about what I need to do to not like derail myself too much and kind of like keep on track with what I'm doing. And also at the same time, I was thinking like, oh, to save space I should just remove these because it's already done. But over time I realized that like keeping these things are very beneficial for my mental state of mind. So yeah, if you're like me and you struggle with doing creative work on your own, things like that, this is something that helped me a lot. And yeah, snake cam is done. Let's move on to the cape cam. I'm not really sure whether I will kind of like talk through my thought process that much because it's quite tiring. Like I was talking through the process of what I'm doing or like what problems I'm facing or what issues I'm having with the light setup for the snake cam. But I guess I don't have enough practice when it comes to, also because like I'm doing everything kind of like for the first time in my life, that like I just don't have that 100-hour, like 1,000, not 100. I guess I spent like 100 hours, but I haven't spent like the 1,000 hours to be proficient at what I'm doing right now. So like, yeah, I'm not really sure whether I should be talking through it because it seems quite slow and boring, but you know, like while the channel is small, maybe I should just stick to it and kind of like build up my endurance, my stamina for it. So yeah, I think let's just jump into it. Don't think too much about it because thinking too much is what drives me nuts. Okay, I think because the snake cam is done, I will just look at the existing lights just to see if there are any lights that I like that I can duplicate. Although it kind of like usually feels like it never really happened, so like this lighting is quite nice, but at the same time I think if I just set up a new one it will be more optimal. But I think I will, let's see, where is it? It's somewhere there. I kind of like the intensity of this light. 2 watts is pretty nice. So I'm gonna duplicate this and shift to a new collection. Also, all these shortcut keys that I'm clicking is just things that I slowly got used to or built up over the span of doing my Blender live streams. So I think this is the, maybe this is the 1, 2, 3, 4. This is the 5th one. So like it's quite easy. Like once you decide, I'm not really good with remembering shortcut keys, so I only look out for it like this. Wait, where's the M? So this one. So I only look out for it when I realize that I've been kind of like clicking too many times to do one action. Then I'll like look up on Google and be like, how do you move collections fast or something like that. And that is really just how I've been building all this up. And I think it is also quite beneficial to do something like this, to not overwhelm yourself with everything. Just take in bit by bit and get proficient at it eventually with time of practicing the same things over and over again. I guess this will be keep lights, and I think keep lights is done here. Maybe I'll move it up here. Although the snake cam is up like inside the group. And also remove this because now the main lights are just for the main cam. Maybe I'll move the lights into the groups. And I'm not using this, so I can although I'm quite curious how this one looks. As usual, because I'm doing a lot of tests, my threshold is set to quite high. Like default is 0.01, and 0.01 looks really good, but it takes too long to do tasks. And 256 is pretty good for, or at least I just see how long it takes. Like 12 seconds for this, I think I don't mind 12 seconds. Yeah, it looks quite artistic. Although maybe if I do this, it'll make more sense. So I'm going to delete this later on. Yeah, it looks really cool. And all, like it lights these guys up. Okay, oh, before I forget, I should change the materials back to a kind of like a default material. Then this way the specular and all that things would not get in the way for my renders. So I think if I render this, I'll just give it a test. There's just like somewhat basic material that I've created with with noise nodes or texture nodes that I've bump maps, which I've made with following a lot of random shading procedural Blender materials tutorials online. And also after making like maybe, I guess after making like 20 plus materials, I narrowed it down to these 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 into these six different materials to work with. I was kind of like just doing a speed run of doing as many materials as I can, while like trying to limit myself to not spend too much time on it. And I think it worked quite well because like through that kind of like 30, 40 plus following tutorials, that I kind of gained a little bit, like tiny bit more insight on how people set up their materials, how like what these are doing. Not that I know exactly like technically what they're doing, and like how, like which sockets you need to connect them with. I think it's like pretty good to just like, in the sense of not exposing yourself too much to not overwhelm yourself. I think a lot of the shading Blender material tutorials do a good job to be like really straight to the point and concise. So it was kind of like mostly 5 minutes long, maybe, or like I'll watch it at like ×2 speed. But those were really helpful for me to get a better understanding of how the node graph works. And when I was making this default clay material, I mean, it's not really a clay material, but kind of like just a default diffuse non-specular with some little bump, just like some texture to give it some variation. I think that was really helpful. And I am going off track again, so I need to come back to this. Okay, so I have one light that I liked. I'm not really sure where is this. Why is there an empty in this group? But I guess there's no need for this. Like, this one is not constrained. Let me just check that none of the cameras. So I think initially in the first Blender stream, I was tracking my cameras to empties around here, which is great for the initial setup. But when a camera on an object is constrained to something else, it cannot. Wait, what? Maybe local. Let me just delete this for just. But yeah, so like you wouldn't be able to rotate like that when it's tracking. So it got into it, the object constraint got in the way. So I ended up deleting all of them. I think this empty is one of the remnants of one of the constraints, although I'm not really sure why it went into one of my sculpt, collection. But I think deleting it shouldn't be a problem. I mean, I can also just keep it because it is at a good spot, but I should move it away from that. So I'll just move it to likes and cam. And so Shift A would be a quick way to expand everything and collapse everything. I just use it to collapse everything down. I don't really use it to expand because I don't need these kind of stuff. Oh, but actually it's quite good to look at this because I can see what material is attached to it. Well, something new that I learn every day. Okay. Wait, which reminds me, just making sure that the names are alright. This is material, this is the box fork, so that's all good. Okay, back to lighting and rendering. I think if I have a light here, let me see what it did before. If I light here, I wouldn't emphasize this part. I'll use this light as kind of a fake glow for this object here, which is Messmer's handball, flame ball, I guess. I don't really know what it's called, but I think although I'm not really sure if well, the thing that I'm not really sure about is whether or not I want it, if I want it to also, I guess if it's inside the ball, yeah, it will be is the wet occluded. And I guess I do want it to be right in front, because right now the flames kind of look quite, everything here looks quite flat because they are uniformly lit. Let me see if bringing it down will help with that. Like, I guess it helps somewhat, but I think it's better if I have some sort of diagonal direction to the light, something like that. And then let me just check that bring it up higher might be good or not. I guess if I bring it up higher, it'll start hitting the snake, which might be a good silhouette thing. I don't want it too high too, because I want to hit the lower areas of the flame. Yeah, maybe something like this would be good. And also, if I go to the lights tab, maybe I'll add some, I feel like there was a light that had color. I'm not really sure which one it is. Oh, it's that one. Huh. Why are they two different colors? Yes, I will copy and paste. Just copy and paste these because that's just a really fast way for me to do color swaps. Let me just quickly check. Oh, because this is the main light. These were the first. Okay, that's why I don't remember doing that. Let me just check these. Maybe this is the one I want. So I will put this as old lights and then new lights. Snake. Orange would be this. And now I will paste it on this. Yeah, so it will give that really slight orange tint. Guess I will save this in my files first. Oh, and I can also show what the renders that I was doing in the previous stream. So this is the final look. this one, and this is just having fun with glass because I can. But I think when it comes to like the final look that maybe I'll be posting online, I kind of like this one, and maybe this one might make more sense, but I also like very reflective things, although I'm not really sure whether it looks quite cheesy. Like I like it, but I'm not really sure whether like I'm so inexperienced with lighting and rendering that I'm like, do I like this because I don't know any better? I don't think the metal is working for this too, because the textures here, they kind of make everything look messy. But I think if the metals are used to do like accent pieces for, like, let's say this poisonous flower here, or the snake wings, maybe even like the teeth, that maybe it would work better. Or maybe even for like these tiny birds, because I think the reflectiveness of the seems like reflective materials, specular materials, make these stand out quite a bit more. Like, it seems like the metal ones really stand out. Like, you can see the eyebrows and the eyes on these little dudes. So yeah, I'll put that in the back of my mind as I set up the lighting for everything else. So I think I'll just restart from slot 1 because I've already saved the images. There's also some like difference when I save the images out. Like, it looks a little bit different from the Blender render viewport compared to like on my MacBook. Or wait, is this? I think the fake green over the images is also a little bit different somehow. So I'm just looking at whether or not I like the effect that this spotlight is doing. Of course, one of the downside of this angle is that it's quite close to this fireball, and since this fireball was the first flame that I sculpted, because I think in the process of sculpting this whole thing, I first started with Messmer, then his cloth, then his armor pieces, his spear, the snake, the gull, the wings, the gull, and then the fireball, and after that it was sculpting the wings and all these flames around. But it's like, I think it's very noticeable that because this was my first time sculpting fire, that it's really kind of like really not polished. Let's just put it that way. We're lacking a lot of detail. It's lacking the details of this. Like, even this is not the final one. Like, this is closer to the final. So like a lot of these variations and texture, it's really missing from this. But I'm not going to go back to sculpting this, like, to polish this up before I'm done with the lighting and rendering, because it might take a lot of time. but because of that, I will need to keep in mind that part of the kind of like the flatness of this is just from it lacking a lot of details. Like you can see the gull is showing a lot of like texture, a lot of bumps. There's a lot of like shadows poking here and there, so it's not like completely flat. So yeah, it's just like a mental note that I have to. Let me just go back to the cape cam. Yeah, it's just a mental note that I have to remember that sometimes it's not just about the lighting position, but also the difference in detail in different objects. And that was like a totally roundabout tangent. Okay, so I don't like the flatness of this, but at the same time now I know, like now I'm reminded that it's just how it is with the lower poly sculpts. So I will keep this, and the next step usually for me would be doing the HDRI setup. Though I guess I'll just do it here. So first things first, we go back to go back to the camera shot and just going through the different HDRIs that I like, that I capped from my previous project. I think it's this one. It's just a bit distracting to see the sky behind, so I need to remind myself that the background is flat. I think one of the things I would probably do would be to stick to probably just one HDRI. Yeah, like in the previous stream I mentioned that maybe I'll use like one or two, but the good thing about using just one for every shot is that there'll be better continuity between the different shots. So like no matter how different each shot might look, it would like there'll be qualities to them or details to them that will tie all of them in together as one whole project. Although maybe that might be just me rationalizing that I should only use one so that I don't overcomplicate myself. But yeah, so I was using this for the snake cam. I was using this for my very first nomad sculpt project. So, you know, like I like this one, but maybe the purple really doesn't work out for the Messmer sculpt. So maybe I'll just use this for my first project, and then for Messmer sculpt I'll just stick with this aerial sunset landscape. Let me find a place to put that, because maybe I'll put it here. I find it very important to write things like this, because if, let's say, I need to go back to sculpting and like do the refinements of this, these are most of the time these are the small things that I tend to forget. Like, what did I do when I was doing Blender stuff? So it's just a lot easier to do this 0.3. And I'm going to write down snake cam. I'm not really sure whether I'm sticking with the same strength for every shot. Like it probably makes more sense to use the same amount for every shot, just to keep things simple. Well, I don't need to keep this, so I'm just gonna render over this. So I'm just using this to make full use of the variations in colors and light that the HDR can give. I should have kept the other one. But yeah, like this is a bit too bright. It looks a bit too outdoors for me. So let me see if 0.5 or 0.3 would be nice. But if I can use 0.3, then that will make everything much simpler, because then I don't need to change it all the time for different lighting setups. I mean, for different camera angles. So I'm just going to render this here. Yeah, so I think I'm just going to use the same 0.3 for all the camera angles, I think. Like initially I was kind of contemplating, should I keep it to 0.5 so that I can keep some of these blue colors in the shadows, but I can still see the blue in this darkness, so that is good. And wait, I need to set my screen to, I just realized that my screen is a bit dark because I darken it at night. Okay. Yeah, so I think 0.3 is good. Let me just put that down. Snake. Snake. Cape. Okay, so now that's done. Let me just keep it in slot 1 by re-rendering it in slot 1. I'm not really sure whether it's like my OCPD nature, but I like to kind of like progressively render, like step by step in ascending order of the slot numbers. But it's also a lot easier to it's a lot easier to save my images in order when it's in order in the render window. So I guess it's how it is. I think right now the difference between this really white color and this orange is a bit too much. Let me just see. I think this one. Yeah, it's not really that visible in this. But maybe it will become less visible when I start building up everything else. So maybe I just leave it alone for now. Okay. Maybe I just hide this. Okay, so probably want to add a fill light. So this areas are dark. This one's in darkness. It's good that this one's in darkness and there's a rim light happening here. So probably I'll try and put one light facing this way and see how that looks like. So I'll add an area light. Area light. So I can probably just put it directly above. Make that C before, and also move it to keep lights. I mean, if it wasn't there before, not too sure. Yeah, so I guess like my hunch was right. Once I put all the lights in, the intense orange will kind of like be outshined by all the white lights, so it should be fine. So rendering now in slot 2. So this was before and this after. Okay, what I don't like about this is that now the goal is completely in the light source. So if I do that, there's just like too much brightness here. Like she can't looks really flat right now. So wait, why did I do that? So I will move this back now. Okay, if I move this backwards, like she is. Oh wait, I guess the other problem is that the light is really intense. Maybe I'll bring it closer to where the edge of the frame is, and then bring it down from there, and then move it. So directly on top of the cape makes the cape really flat. This might be a time when I will need that object constraint to happen. So maybe I'll move this. Maybe I'll move this to the center. Like so. And then track 2. And then I drop this. So now when I move this around, it will point towards them, which is a cool way to just keep the rotation towards them. So this will be too flat. This is a bit too much on the wings. And also with this, it shines too much on this. But maybe it doesn't even matter if she is in the light. I guess the bigger issue though is that right now the plane is metallic because I was adjusting that. I was making it metallic to wait, is it? I guess it's not. Wait, this plane. Oh wait, it is not metallic. Let me just name it like this. Plane diffuse and plane metal. Plane diffuse. And I guess I don't need two different slots. Oh, I see, yeah. I'm not really sure how to use the slots. I'm guessing that you just move it up and down here. Diffuse, metal, render. Just making sure that I don't have multiple any redundant materials. Yep, okay, so now it should be brighter in the background. Although maybe it's like a bit too bright. And let me just, where is this? Yes, now I have to render this with the plane being brighter too, just to see what it's doing. Oh wait, I keep forgetting that I need to turn this off too. Okay. I feel like that was probably doing the same thing with the snake cam, where the background is this dark metallic material. Although it seems like it's working out for this. Maybe the issue is just that it's too white. Maybe if I put this to 0.5, it might be a better in between. Because I think in the let me try to bring so this is without HDRI. So you can see that the light is just from the sculpt and they're not in the background. I'm not really sure whether this is what. This is a style that I want to do. Yeah, maybe from this angle, because the HDRI is kind of like too Let me see what happens if this is really dark. maybe if this is the case, then I guess I really have to change the strength amount for the HDRI. I wasn't really thinking about the color of the backdrop for the first lighting setup because there wasn't much backdrop to display in the first place. But let me just look at if I do something like this. Yeah, I think I want to keep forgetting to switch that on. Let me stop this and render it again. Yeah, I think I like the look of complete, like almost complete darkness in the back, with the front being quite. But then it kind of makes me think, should I just remove the HDRI? Let me just look at what it looks like without HDRI and see if that. I still think that I will keep some of the HDRI in because it's kind of like giving free texture in some sense. I'm not really sure what is causing this shadow to appear. Maybe it's just there shouldn't be anything blocking it, but I think it's not really that visible. Yeah, I like it better with, so although I like it better with a lower strength, just so that the backdrop doesn't get blown out, I think. And I guess I don't need it to be so strong. But let me just check 0.2 just to make sure that I want to keep 0.1. This is just a thing that I would do to get to the value that I want faster, which is something that I learned from my lighting and rendering teacher a while back. It's like a really good tip where, let's say if the lighting, how do I explain it? Yes, that's like the other thing of being a teacher. They can explain things really well. I'm not one of them. But so like something that I like to do is or like the tip that my teacher gave was to set like the maximum. So look at what it looks like with maximum brightness in a sense, or like when you push it further. And this is too bright. So now I know that at strength 1 is completely too bright. So now that's like my cap. Then if I set it to 0, that'll be too dark. So that is like my minimum. And once you have a kind of like a once you have like a kind of like a benchmark of what is too much and what is too little, then you can start narrowing down. So one of the things that people would kind of like default to when they first start out is to kind of like do this and then render it, and then do this and render it, and do this and render it, like that. Of course, when it comes to like 0 to 1, it's like there's only so many that you can go. So like there's 7, now I'm at 8, and then 9. But when you start going into the territory where like it's 0 to 100, and then you need to go like from 0 to 1 to 2 to 3, and then like all the way to 100, it's just like so slow because this is like too bright. 10 is also too bright. But yeah, so like a good rule of thumb is to just set the maximum, set the minimum, and then it'll be a lot faster to narrow down to the value that you want. So in this case, I know that my maximum is 0.3. So I can only choose between like 0.1, 0.2, and 0.3. So it's really fast to get to the value that I want. And also just for good measure, just to check that I want 0.1 as my final look. So I'm just gonna like quickly check that 0.2 is not the look that I want. And sure enough, it's not the look that I want. So I can change this back to 0.1, and I will update my, yeah, this is wrong now. But it might be the case that with the difference in the background color, that maybe for the snake cam I want it to be 0.1 strength 2. Or maybe I'll just swap the background back to metallic when I render the snake cam. Okay, so now that is settled. So this is, yeah, like and sometimes this is quite nice, but compared to what it is now, like this, I like this a lot more. So let's stick with this. Okay, cool. And also just to check that I'm going on the right track, as long as it looks better than this really, it's kind of like keeping in line with the parts that I like about this. I think that's good. I think next thing on the list would be the area light is hitting this too much and I don't need it to hit that. But it seems like if I put the lights this way, or maybe this way. So I know for sure that I'm not going to put the lights here. So just to check. Yeah, I like that this part is dark. Although it seems like the lighting is good for this. Maybe I'll just see like what was it that was good about it. Like maybe I'll just use one of these instead of making a new one. You know what, maybe this one's good. Oh, and it's just like it's just a top down. It's just a top down light. Yeah, you know, as much as I say that I don't like her being too flat, like too uniformly lit, I like everything else, so maybe that's just like a good kind of like a good trade-off. Let me see what this one is doing. Yeah, so this one is too bright because this is the rim light for the front shot, like this. So I think it's not really usable for the back, although it seems like I changed it from an area light, so just not to confuse myself, maybe I'll call this like point rim. Then this is I'm not sure whether I want to keep this. It kind of looks nice though. So if I just render over this. Oh wait. This is so annoying. Where is it? Oh wait, I forgot that this is not rendered to. Okay, so again, yeah, this light is pretty nice because it acts as a, I think I placed it, yeah, it was here, so I'm going to duplicate it and move it to keep lights, and I can remove this. Oh, this one's also quite, although I guess this, you know, I'm just gonna duplicate this too. Duplicate it with Shift D and press M to move it to keep lights. And now I can just switch this off because I don't need this anymore. Okay, so this one might, dude, this one's not really that visible once I have this light. It's also a lot broader, and it's a point light. Yes, the one that I placed here. You know what, like it might be a good one to keep after all. Oh my god, I keep doing this. Okay. If you're struggling with Blender or using softwares in general, you're not alone. Or at least I hope that I'm not alone. I feel like everyone else is doing it so much better than me. Okay, so Yeah, maybe this light makes more sense to keep. And it also creates this shadow here. I'm not sure whether it's in the others. Let me see whether it was in the old render. Yeah, but I think, like, surprisingly, this shadow right here somehow is right smack in the middle of this empty space, which is like a cool feature that I didn't notice that was working with this. So I think I'll keep this one and I'll delete the other one because this one is kind of like redundant once everything is being lit up. But I think the thing is that the power is a bit too high. So like what I said earlier on, just try to see what the boundary is. Like I think 1 is too low, so that's good. Now I have to work between 1 and 10. So let's go to in between and see whether or not I can cut that even narrower. Yeah, 10 is too much, but I don't know whether 5 is too little or too much still. Maybe I try 3. But I guess I have to see it in context with everything else. So this one is making this part too flat, so it's not working out. I kind of thought that I did a duplicate of an area light, but I guess I didn't. I'm gonna duplicate this one. So I will duplicate this, move it to this. Let's switch this off. I guess I will just keep this on. Yeah, it's not too bad, I guess, this initial setup that I did for it. I don't think there's anything that I want to change about this. I think. Okay, so let's just see what this looks like now. Oh my god, this kid is so... In some sense, there's some quality to this that I like too. Like maybe did I even put this one in? Yeah, I did. I feel like the orange is too much. Maybe I set this to 0.5. That'll be better, maybe. And then thinking about whether or not I want to, like, this is, I didn't like it the first time I did it, but I'm going crazy. Okay, maybe I'm gonna make the flames a little bit closer to this. So this is too yellow, so 0. Let me try and see what is too much. So there's too much. This might be so it's maybe 0.06. Maybe that would be good. And maybe saturation up would be good. I think in terms of fill lights, I think this is pretty good. But was there a different light? No. Okay, so let me bring back the point light here and maybe give it a little bit more color, something like that. Maybe I should bring this down. And now this lighting, so it's definitely not hanging out at the right side. But then if I do this, the nice thing about having the light here is that it fills up this dark patch down here, because it is quite kind of like a little cave right here. But I still don't like how it's hitting this. I mean, maybe what I don't like about it is the rotation of the spear, but I don't really want to change it either, because like it's really subjective to the angle of the camera that I'm doing. But maybe somewhere. Sometimes it's nice that there's a rim like here now. Wonder whether I can push that more to the side so that I can create a rim like for all these two. Maybe that would be nice. Maybe something like this. I can't recall that there is a rim light by the HDRI. But I guess I want it brighter, I guess. Okay, so this to this, I like the changes that it's making, which is a good sign that I can keep the lights for this. But yeah, so like right now it's quite dark overall. Or like quite flat here where the brightest part is very similar to the darkest part. So probably what I like about this is that there's a range from the brights to the darks. But not sure whether that means that I want to bring this down. Maybe I want to bring this down just to give it a fill light. And then I will have a key light somewhere. Maybe that makes more sense. So if or maybe I'll just keep it the way it is first. Let me just render this out. Yeah, so the thing about this angle is that this and this stands out too much. So I'll need to figure out another way to do a key light without making those stand out too much. Oh my god, why do I keep doing this today? I was wondering why it's not any different. Because I stupidly keep forgetting to turn on that stupid camera button. When I keep making the same mistakes over and over again, I start getting really pissed at myself. I kind of like what this is doing. So maybe it's a bit too much. But then not. If I change the size, will it? Like if I set this to. I don't know what it did. Let me just undo it. And maybe if I set this to half the size. Oh wait, I think I'm adjusting the wrong 10, 1. Yep, I'm adjusting the wrong area light. So I think I don't want to change that. Maybe I want to change this. Yeah, it might be what. Maybe it might be what I want. And then I will set this quite low. I'm not really sure whether I'm doing making the right call. So I'll compare it to, it's a little hard to compare things from the view part, so it's a lot easier to just do this. And also to zoom out. Now, in some way I like that it's not overly bright here now, and it's kind of like keeping things darker by a bit. So like it's increasing the intensity of the rim lights, and a little bit more of the shadows is being kept. I mean, it's really minimal because I guess there's still too much. But I kind of like this better, so I'll stick to this. But was this the one that has the constraint? I think this is, yep. So I think I'll just move it more. I'll move it more this way, I think. Let me just check that I'm making the right decision. This is really hard to see if I don't render it out. So like the idea I have in my head is that I want to keep some of the shadows here, like here. So like from this to this, I think quite a lot of the shadows in the center is lost. So the idea is to push the light more sideways so that it hits from the side more than hitting this 3/4 plane, diagonal plane I mean. But I need to check if that is the right call. Like maybe this is better. In some sense now, because of the big change in the plane, this is looking a bit distracting. But I also have high-res models for the spear tips, so maybe it doesn't matter that much. It's not too bad, like shifting. It's not too bad shifting it back. Maybe this works better because it's hitting less of the diagonal planes or front-facing planes of these side areas. So you see, like I'm only just adjusting the brightness of the lights hitting this area, like the cape. The cape kind of has the same brightness. So maybe this is what I want for a side fill light. So yeah, I think it's a good change, at least to what I personally liked, which is what is important to just making sure that everything is good. And also to remember to save. Sometimes I will suddenly remember that I haven't saved for the past 20 minutes, and then I'll like, my brain will kind of like panic a bit. Because it's like, sometimes it's only when you think about saving that things crashes, right? It's always, that's how life works. Okay, so this is done. Maybe I'll just call this left side, maybe. It's just easier to. Then this is top fill. And this one is fireball. Maybe like fireball focus. Oh no, I just call it the fireball key. Wait, is it that? No, this is the key light. Wait, which one is the key and which one is the fill? Wait, this is... Oh yeah, this is the fill light. So, fireball fill. And now it's the key light. So like I've put in all the fill lights that I want, but it's looking quite kind of like boring right now. So I'm trying to think between, should I do area light or a fill light? Maybe a point light will make more sense. Maybe I'll add the point light. Guess more so than yesterday's lighting setup. This one kind of follows the principles of setting up like a fill, a key, and a rim light more than the previous snake cam lighting setup. Okay. If you're not really sure what I'm talking about, it's kind of a useful thing to learn for lighting and rendering. So maybe I'll put it here because I don't want this to be lit. But then right now it's too close to this, maybe. Maybe if I... Putting it here would make it really flat though. Maybe I should just hide everything else to see what it's doing. This kind of makes it look like those horror films where like people are shining a light and then it's a statue. Oh, it reminds me of the Doctor Who, like this really old Doctor Who episode. And I didn't really watch Doctor Who, but my boyfriend really likes the older series. And yeah, there was one on the, was it the Weeping Angel or something? Well, like if you don't look at the statues will slowly creep towards you. And you have to stare at it so that it doesn't move towards you. I don't know whether that's a spoiler, but that episode was really cool. Kind of like missed I miss like the good storytelling of the old shows. And also like watching the old shows, you kind of feel they kind of feel smarter too, because they don't like assume that you're stupid. So they can explore more on like more complex problem solving, I guess, and storytelling. I think this is really different from what I want. I don't want the wings to be too lit. Okay, so like at this point, it is nice. Like it gives this like a rim. It gives this like a nice light and shadow just straight out of the box. Like I haven't changed the power setting. The only thing is that it's kind of like just too in the face of the wings. But I guess I like it that it's high. Let me just check. Yeah, if it's too low down, it will start giving weird shadows on the cape. And so set this to 0.01 so that the shadows are not too bad. Maybe if I put it here as too, like it might be fine. I think when it comes to the overall look, maybe this is better. Let me see based on the top view where it is. Maybe I'll just do like a visual adjustment just to put it in the middle of this space. Oh, and it's kind of doing something cool here where I'm getting a lot of light and shadows in a nice, not straight direction, but it's still looking quite flat. I don't know whether just moving it up would help. Yeah, I think it's helping. Also, I guess like putting it up, if you look at this snake shadow right here, I think if I put it up, it will create like a nice curve here, maybe. I don't really know. Maybe it's too distracting. Maybe I just like move it a bit like this, and then now I can start adjusting this. Maybe 6 is good because I need to see it compared to this and also move this to the lights. Yeah, the distance to the wings is a little bit problematic still. So but I kind of like how it's lighting the cape, but maybe it's like maybe it's a lot better if I just move it away so that the distance here and the distance here are around the same. Maybe something like that is better. So I'm definitely keeping the left side. Now that I have this one, the top light is not really doing anything great. This fireball is fine. This key light is giving. It's really hard to see which one is the key light, which one is the fill light. But I guess they just go hand in hand. So this is 1, 2, 3. I think I'll render it here. Oh god, I keep forgetting this. Yeah, this is too flat. So let me see if I can remove the area light at the top, and if that's better, maybe. Yeah, it's a lot. I think it's a lot better. I think the only thing is that the area light was giving some good rims on her, but maybe I can. Let me just check that it's not too flat. Maybe it is too flat. So maybe now it's just about balancing. Wait, where's this? About balancing the different power for each. Maybe the position of this light is really not optimal. Like what if I put it up there, it will just act like this. And I don't even know whether it's doing a better job or not. Maybe I'll try and do this one with, like, I don't know, 20. That's too much. 15. Maybe I'll try and do this. It's also lighting the background, and also maybe move it away from the left. So that it doesn't light this part up too much. And while this is rendering, I'll have a bathroom break. I think it's a lot better to use the area light than this point light that I just added. So I will delete the point light. Yep, just how it is. Let me see, I think it's this one. Yeah, I think this point light is not really doing what I want, even though I initially thought that it was better. It's not better than this with higher power. Just making sure that this is too much. Yep, this is too much. So that's good, because now I know that I should work between like 20 and 30. But I think 25 is also still too much, I think. I think the other thing I have to add would be a rim light. Also kind of like this being whiter, I think. Not sure which one that is. I guess I just keep backtracking on what I decide. I guess it's this one. Yeah, it's this one. I think I don't like so much saturation after all. So let me just do I feel like that's just how it is with lighting and rendering. Now maybe I will backtrack on this too. Just to give a little bit, restore back a little bit of the fill light in here. Yeah, I think the fill light from there is coming from this, and I probably moved it too much. So like, I don't want it to be like this, but let's overwrite this one. But I think it should be, like just a tiny bit of fill there. I think should be good. Okay, let me just check if I should be putting a fill light for these dark areas. So I'm gonna shift this and then move it around, maybe here. Maybe like that. Actually, that's quite a nice. And then just put it down really low. I don't know whether this will work out. Let's just see what it looks like. Might be a bad idea. So like, it's not good for this. It's not good for that. But is it good for other places? I'm not really. Maybe if I go up a bit more and move it more on this plane. And put this like 0.1 or maybe 0.2. So I'm just doing a small change adjustment like this just to clear any doubts in my mind. I may want to keep it, but or maybe not. Maybe I don't want to keep it. Maybe having this darkness is helping. But it's good that I tested, because like if I don't, then there's kind of like a doubt that like, oh, maybe I should have done that. So instead of just thinking about it, might as well just do it. And if it's not good, you can just delete it off. I think I'm just gonna duplicate this too, and now create the rim light. Just making sure that, so the rim light will kind of face towards the camera. I might not sure whether I should do an area light or area light. And also put this to 1. Like, should I do an area light or point light? It's always those two that I really gravitate towards. So maybe like this, maybe down a bit. Well, now it's hitting the floor, and I don't want that. But maybe what I want is to now I can remove this. Oh wait, no, I can't just do that. Oh, it doesn't really bake it, I guess, but that's fine. So I will maybe point it up. Maybe point it there and then go up. Maybe if I maybe I point it upwards so that it doesn't hit the floor, and I do this. I feel like it's not. Maybe a point light would be better. I'm just checking. Maybe I should rotate this. No, that's too much. Maybe I should rotate this too. Point it towards the camera and see if that's, and then maybe set the spread smaller. Okay, that's just creating the room light that I want. It's pointing towards the camera. I don't need to rim light these areas, but I want it to hit this. So I guess I should, maybe I should constrain it to the camera. Let me try that. Track 2. Can I do this? Yep, I can. Okay, so this way I don't need to keep rotating it when I shift things around. So I move it. Then maybe just see how it looks like in this angle. It might be better, I think. So maybe I move it like this. And just see what it's doing. And now I can bring this back down and see what it's doing properly. It's a bit too much in terms of brightness. It's also lighting this part too much, I think. So maybe 5. I don't even know whether I want to keep it. I guess I also want to test whether or not point lights would be nicer with it. I think just having a little bit would be nice. Just a little bit. So 5 is still too much. But I think I like the size of it and the where it's hitting. Maybe I just set it to 2 first. Yeah, I think I'll just want like a tiny, just a tiny bit. Just a tiny bit to outline the lights. I'm not really sure whether I want it to be a blue. Let me just rim. Like, do I want it to be like towards complementary colors, or do I want it to just be a little bit towards red, maybe? Because the white kind of looks like there's something wrong with the mesh. So maybe just a color that's a little bit more red. Maybe a color that is more saturated would be nice. Just like going to the extremes. Maybe if it's saturated, I should make it more orange. But no, I think this is, you know, I think this is pretty good. I think that saturation really helps to kind of like tone down the brightness a bit, while also blend it together with this while giving it a little bit of a difference in color. So I think the changes are pretty good so far. The only thing now would be this area is quite red compared to here. I don't know whether that matters or not. Also, that part's quite flat. Should I be hiding something? Because I'm just going to make sure that the fill light is not too much. Yeah, I think the fill light, okay, so I can confirm it now that the fill light is doing something good, so I'm keeping it. But I think, let me just kind of like clear my doubts when it comes to the rim lights. So yeah, the thing that I'm not really sure about is, would a point light be like have better, oh my god, what's the one? I wonder whether it has like better qualities maybe to but no, I think the area light was quite good. Let me keep this here because that is good. Is there anything else that I should add to this? I'm not sure whether I need a rim light for this side too, so I'm just going to I guess in some sense put one directly behind the camera and move it. Do I need this? Because it's also lighting up the backdrop, which might not be the intention that I want. Although it might be something that I want to keep because this area stands out more now, and I can see previously I was feeling like it's quite flat, but just having the light shining from the back helps to highlight some of the variations in that. Maybe the only thing is that it's too strong. I mean, the other thing is that I'm not really sure if I'm adding too many things. So I'm just going to kind of like hide this light behind her, I guess, so that when you look at from the side view, this kind of like this direction. So let me just check that that is a good change, and if it's a good change, I will bring down the intensity of the lights because it's too bright. Yep, it's a bad change. I feel like it's not really that necessary for like slot changing to be part of the undo history. Maybe there is a way to change that. Yeah, so like something that I don't like is the light coming in from the holes in the flames. It's creating unnecessary wait, was it there before? Yeah, creating unnecessary changes, details to it. But I think I just brought it down a little bit. Although I don't know whether bringing it down is not that great either. Maybe there are, like, it's kind of like the sometimes when you put it down randomly, it feels like it's too good to be true that that is the best position for it. Let me just, but in a lot of cases the first. Wait, did I undo this already? Save. Okay, so this one's fine. I'm not sure whether I want to add color to this. Like, maybe there should be a little bit. Like, I don't really like this. In some sense, going to the green yellow route would make it look like the boss fight. I wonder whether I should try this and also set this maybe just 0.2 and then set this to 5. And then because I recall that the boss fight arena has a greenish yellow tint to them. Although right now I think it's a bit kind of lost. I guess it is too little. Also because I put some color in the lights, and usually when you set a color, one of like the RG or B channels would kind of like in a common sense way it will go down. So it will be a lot darker than it was. No, I feel like it's not bad. But let me just test that I didn't go too dark on it. But I think this is a bit too bright too. But maybe this compared to this. Yeah, I guess it is a bit too bright. It's a bit too bright. So maybe 8. Okay, so that's done. Let me just check that I don't need a rim light from this angle. I'm just going to duplicate this. Duplicate this, and if it's not working out any better, then I will discard it. But I think it's a good. It gives some color to this. Yeah, I think it's pretty nice. Like, it helps to light these up too, and it's not really affecting these too much. So I think I'll just like leave one here, because I think I spend a good amount of time on these two. So maybe I should try to. Let me see if just shifting it might look better. The only difference I can see is here. So maybe it's better. I'll just stick with this. I would have to say that this is one of the most complicated scene that I've done for myself. That I've done lighting for. Just because there's so many things. There's so many plane changes and all that stuff. But at the same time, this lighting is for kind of like just to showcase the sculpt from a different angle, not really about doing a cinematic lighting on anything. I think if I wanted to do a cinematic lighting, I would push the darkness of the background even more. But I think this is a good way to kind of like show the spears, the dynamic of the cape, the wings. I think. I guess all these are just personal views. The only thing would be that the shadows here, I forgot which one. I think it should be one of the point light. Yeah, this is like more cinematic, I guess. But then the cape is like completely gone. Although maybe I should just check if they're all kind of doing what I want them to do. Do I need this still on this one? I think the most important thing too is that it's kind of like more readable than the previous one, I think. And if that's the case, I think that is a really good progress for the day. And just to make sure that, okay, so this is the final. I'm not going to save the progress shots because it's just too many. Although maybe I'll save this one just for future reference, maybe. Save this as 16. And then just to make sure, I will render this one out as in slot 1 and save this out. And now I can make some fun changes. Oh, and before that, let's push this off the way and push this here, and let's create a backdrop and name this as kick cam. I don't need to put this because it's straightforward. And now I can do glass. Well, I'm not going to render it, but I just want to see how it looks like. Where is the camera? It's here. I think the problem with glass is that it needs a lot of light, I guess. That's not working out. Let me try this for good measure. Just to see. And thing. Oh, I guess from this angle, this is quite cool. Let me just change this to. Wait, it's not. Is it this one? Yeah, it is this one. And then okay, let's get back to the proper stuff. I think this one. I think something that I haven't tried is to render, is to choose. Can you, okay, thank you. Oh wait, no, I need to select. I need to select this and then select this and this and then Shift Q C, so that when I select this, I guess I have to select this. Okay. Yeah, I did the wrong order. I should be selecting these first, like so, and then select this and then copy. Yep. Wonder if there's anything else I wanted to try. No, I guess that's about it. Then now I can do this. You know, in the previous stream, I was saying that, well, let me just show you what that is. This one. So this noise texture here, it's meant for the front camera like this. But then now I'm rendering from an angle which is 90 degrees there. I will have to rotate this 3D normalize 3D. Not sure whether 4D would do something. No. So I probably have to rotate this, maybe this. No, this one. I'm not really sure. So I guess it's not. Let me just look at. Oh wait, no. I think, because based on this tutorial, this was the thing adjusting it 0.1 100. So maybe if I do 0.1 in this way and 100 this way. Not really, but maybe I'll try this. Well, the thing is that I was saying this is called not working in the previous stream, but I'm changing my mind again. Really can't make up my mind, because in some sense it's like a, oh my god, I keep forgetting. Okay, I need to look through this. Because in some sense it's not really completely straight down, so it still, I think it still works. Like there is a slant to them, and they're kind of going against the cape, and it's causing them to follow the folds nicely. Something like this area here. So in some sense it gives quite a bit of, yeah, like this one feels a bit messy to me. Let me just try something else. Let me see, what if this is all one, then it's just gritty. Like, who knows, maybe something like that would be good. But at the same time, I was also thinking that if I want to change the direction, it will kind of, like, it's just one extra step that I have to do. And I guess also having the lines going down this way, let's say if I am using this material for the final renders, I guess it seems like it is going along the grains of the spear blade. So maybe it makes more sense to do it straight down so that it doesn't look so messy. Yeah, like in some sense I prefer the variations in this than here. For some reason this one is creating a lot of flat areas that I don't like. So maybe I just stick to the default and I just don't change anything. I'm not really sure how to replace stuff, but I know how to lazy connect. So that's yes. I guess I should just make sure that it's correct. 000 point vector 000 100 0.11. So 100 0.11, 100 0.11. Just make it bigger too. Yeah, I guess it's the same. Well, if that settled, I'm going to just I'm just gonna see how this looks like, and then maybe this. I just want to see how this, and this one, like the greenish yellow light is showing through here, so it's not that nice. So I'll just remove that. I think since young, I've always liked using gold color pens to like outline my drawings. And I like to draw anime style characters, so like the lines will be quite clean, and then once I'm done with that, I will go over the outside with a gold pen. So I think like putting gold in anything is just a kind of a tradition. Yeah, it's quite cool. I'm going to just do one. I kind of like what I did with the pole material where I added the ridges, but initially it was like showing up everywhere, so it looks like worse than this. I mean, this is nice, like I like the feeling of this. It's just that it was too strong on this material. Like with pole, I like poles, and I know that a lot of them have, especially like the natural ones, they have a very nice ridge, but you don't see the ridges all the time or like in all angles, which I feel like is what I like about them. So that was something that I wanted to emulate with adding these patterns to them. So yeah, like it's quite nice that especially in the shadows they're not showing up that much, because I think previously the material was just like giving lines to every face, like to every direction. So I think this, yeah, I think this is nice. I'm going to render this, like just to save it. So I saved this, saving this. I guess I can save this image, and maybe I'll save this one. And once I do that, I'm going to move on to the next camera angle. I think there's still some think my stomach's like screaming for dinner. But it's not dinner time yet. I think there's something that I need to tweak with this, maybe. Because initially I was saying that the grid is helping, but it kind of looks a bit unbalanced when the left side is not colored. But I guess I don't really want to think about that right now because there's like a really minor adjustment to make. So I will save, I guess I'll save this as 17. And then this as 18. No, this will be 18. This is 19, 20, 21. Let me just check that they're fine. So 16 is the final renders with default, kind of like a diffuse material, and then 18 where I was testing the different direction, then 19, 20, 19, 20, 21. The downside of this one is that it looks quite straight down on her, but it's like a really minor thing. Like, it's working really well on this, so this is just a trade-off that I'll just leave alone, or maybe I'll like liquefy it in paint. So that is done. I think with that one done, not really sure if snake cam is done, main cam is down. I guess I should just work on the face because that is something really different, just to change things up. I think, oh yeah, I need to update this too. So cape is done. I think I don't need to fill this up. I'm not sure whether I need to fill it up for the face. I guess I shouldn't bother with it. Or should I put it? Like, let's say I just put feel like maybe it's too messy because it's already, maybe just me rationalizing, like doing less work. But yeah, I don't think I need to. Okay, so I don't need to do this. I think when it comes to the main cam, I also don't need to do it. Top view also don't need to because it doesn't make sense. This also, I guess I only needed to put it on the snake, so I guess I will shorten this. Like that. Okay, so I guess I should just try to render this. So it's exciting to move on to the next part. It feels like a fresh project in a sense. It's not too bad, you know, this angle here. I think, let me see if this or this is better for this also to save. Which one is better? This one might be too bright. Yeah, I think I'll stick with the, I mean, I wouldn't know for sure until, let me change these back to this, change this to, oh wait, it's here, change this back to this, and then restart the whole thing, the whole process. Yeah, this is too bright. So I think this keep and what? Face. Keep face cam. And then this way. I'm not even sure whether or not it's oh wait. What do I do? I'm going with it. I don't know what I did. Did I just break something? Why is nothing showing up? Oh. Maybe I accidentally clicked like a... I think I accidentally did like a shift click on this. So like what? Shift or like control click. Because control click will isolate. Yeah, control click will isolate the visibility for one of this. But yeah, so if you accidentally do that, that is why it is. I think it kind of like freaked me out a bit because I'm like, oh no, like did I break something? But it's not broken. I'll need to hide this again. Hide this one. Okay, so now this one is showing the lights. This one, hide this. I'm gonna check the snake lights later on. This one too. But for now, I'm just going to see what this one looks like. Okay, let's see this. I guess now is a good time to use the fog volume cube, but it's so annoying. to remember to press that freaking camera button. Okay. Because there's like really nothing much happening in the background. So hopefully putting some mist would help break up the uniformity. Something like that. See, it's quite broken up. I guess it's cool too that somehow by default the cloud is not showing up in this diagonal line, and I think it works well in the favor of this camera angle. Although, like, what the hell is going on there? That's like really scary looking. What the hell is that? Yeah, it's a point light. Let me just hide that because it looks really creepy. Let me. But it seems too that. Let me just show you what it is. And I hope that Blender is not. Okay. So based on the tutorial that I followed online, this box here has a. Let me just move. This box here has this material that turns a noise texture. Maybe I can see, no. Oh. That turns this noise texture into a 3D space. So you can see it's plugged into the volume. So it's kind of like becoming a fake smoke cloud generator. It's a really cool tutorial. And let me just I probably just need to redo the lighting because it's not working out. It's just making everything flat, which is what I expected because it's meant for something else. Okay, so this one is done. But let me just I'm not sure whether because the fog is no, I guess not. I was wondering whether or not I should bring the strength level up because the fog will create some occlusion to the HDRI. But I think it's better that I keep it quite low down like this. In some sense, the lighting for the main camera, I felt like it works quite well with this angle too. Probably because they're both quite similar. Because the front camera is like this, and the close-up is like that. They're quite similar in the orientation. So the lights kind of work together. Like the rim light here, like these. So the light here is working quite well. The only thing I don't like is that I was setting these lights out really fast, and the light here is like so white and this is so reddish orange. So I think I'm gonna check this one. Yeah, this one is really not working out for this. So hide this. Make sure that this one is disabled, this one is disabled. So snake cam is done. Yeah, I might just redo the lighting. Although maybe I'll see if I can keep any of this. Oops. Let me see. It's starting to get a bit messy in the outliner. But I also don't really like working in different Blender files. So cape is done. I guess I'll just keep this. And was this being used for something? I'm not really sure how to find like relationships for like what this will be linked to. Plain back view. This plane is just one with extra walls going up, just in case the camera angle is too low down and it starts showing the sky or the borders of the plane. I think I need this one for the flame cam, but probably that's about it. There's another empty here. I guess I need to, now that I'm not overwhelmed with everything else, I can ask myself how to find links, how to see what is linked to empties in the outliner to see if I can delete them. Okay, so that will be a question for another time when I start cleaning this up, I guess. It's doing really something weird. Yeah. Not sure, do I want to keep this? It's kind of not bad, I guess. Let me close. Wait, which one am I using? Oh wait, I'm using the main cam, and right now I'm doing the face cam. Yeah, it's the same top-down area light that I always liked. Shifty, and then move it to face cam. Wait, new collection, face lights, and then I will move the face light into face cam. So this is settled. I'll use this. I think I may use this, but I'll change the color. But the position of it is pretty good. So I'll also move this. Also move this to face lights. And just make this pink. And then, what is this doing? No, this one is lighting that area, but it might be enough to just have this. So I don't need that. This is the rim light. And I guess it's working quite well. I will copy this too. I think under face lights. Yeah, so because let me see. Because this angle is quite far from the floor, I think I can use a point light without worrying about it lighting the floor too much. But I think I'm also going to test whether or not I prefer it to be an area light. Where is it? This one. So Shift D, I will change this to an area light. Like maybe I might use an area light for this. But I can just run it, and let me just save this first. Maybe I'll like render this like here. I'll render this and then compare it to the point light. Because I was thinking that a good part of the area light using the area light, you can set it really large, and that will help to just hit all the edges. Whereas if I use this instead, I'm not really sure whether maybe it might be better. I'm not really sure. Also, this one's a bit too bright, I think. I'm not really sure. Although I guess the good thing about the point light is that there's some dramatic effect where the fog cube is the clouds in the fog. The volumetric noise texture. It captures the point light. Let me just bring up what I mean. So like in the front angle is an old render. Because this is a point light, it kind of like captures the kind of like the source of the light. So something like this looks like there's a moon behind. At least like my boyfriend pointed out that like, oh, it's cool that it looks like there's a moon behind him. But that is the effect of the point lights, like this. So maybe I can do a mix of both, because this one is doing a nice kind of like a backlit fill light, and this one will be kind of the accent piece in for the edges. and also to create like a kind of like a spotlight effect on them. I'm just not really sure whether or not I want it to be that exactly. And I need to just double check that. Okay, let me just switch this off and check that nothing else is turned on because the outliner is getting big. Yeah, so it's working. Yeah, the only thing is I don't know whether I want to put this somewhere else, because this was placed based on the front camera angle, where like the rim light is kind of like behind the camera but on like the right side. Like, would it be better if the light is just above him? But then it might look a bit weird because we're just right above him. And in some sense, like, it lost the dramatic effect on her too. Like, maybe I'll just keep it the way it is. Let me just check this. What I'm unsure about is, wait, where is it? Is that this one is right smack in the middle, which may be nice, but I'm going to see if there's a better place for it. So I'm just looking at I think, is it better? I think in terms of cutting this out, the lines here, it is better to move it to the left. I'm just not really sure about this. Like, there's some parts that are good about it. I think I also like that it's not right smack in the middle, but maybe something good would be to put it in between them. So maybe like here. Yeah, I think I think it's better than before. But is it better than the first one? Maybe I'll just move it a little bit more then. Maybe put it off screen so that the brightest spot is not too circular there. And then yeah, I think I kind of like this. Although there's still something that I like about this one. So I guess just closing in the gap. Okay, so I like this more, but kind of lost this edge. I'm not really sure whether because when I was free forming, like moving it, where is it even connected to? What's this relationship line? What are you connected to? Oh, it's connected to the empty. Which one is it? This one. Like, I think I will just nudge it to, was it forward or back? It might not matter that much. Just wondering. I'm trying to fix this shadow right here. Although I wonder whether it's just a matter of, yeah, it's just, yeah, it's about moving it to the right. But I like the light on the scales now. Okay, I'm just making sure that I didn't change something. So I like the lighting on the scales, so I think that's a good trade-off with this, because once the, just making sure that it's the same, because once the lights all come in, I don't think this will stand out as much. I think I also like that it's creating a nice rim on the flames in the background. So I think this is done. What is this one? Oh, this is the area light. Area. And I need to wonder if I want to make it even bigger. Would that make sense? Maybe it doesn't. I'm just making sure that it's not cutting into anything. Okay, so I like this one, but I think based on what I saw in the renders, it might be a bit too bright. Also, now that I'm stacking up with this, it might make more sense if this is... Let me just see what it looks like with the default spread. I can't see shit. Okay, let me... Wait, this is 90. I will do 1. $180, 90. So this is... And again, you need to remember to do that. Okay, so this 180. $180, 90. I think if I just run it out, I can see the difference. It's a good thing about 90 is that the rim lights on these are stronger. So areas like this. So I think I'll keep it at 90. Keep it at 90, and also this one is creating a really boxy shape. At least this is a little bit softer. So I think I will keep this, but maybe lower it down a bit. Lower it down a bit, and then I'll move on to the fireball light, point light. Yeah, I think with... I'm not really sure why this is like such a straight. Makes me wonder whether I should change it a bit. If I don't really want to adjust, maybe I'll just like paint it out or something. I think maybe 15. 15, and now move on to this one. I'm not sure what this. Oh, this is the top down light. You know, I may not need this one after all. Maybe just where is it? Top down light. It's over here. Do I need a top down light? Guess I just have to render to find out. Kind of flattens everything too much. I think the placement is good, but I'm going to dim it down just to create a feel light for this. Like, I'm kind of feeling very music deprived too, so I think for the most part I'm just going to listen to music and build up the lights. It's just the same thing, I think. So like, I'm gonna put the light on the fireball because that is something that makes sense for the scene. And it's kind of like an advantage that I can make use of. And then maybe change the color of the lights, and then maybe see if maybe if I move maybe just test out different transforms for the smoke cloud. Although maybe not, because like that's kind of just wasted time in a way. But yeah, let's listen to music. I feel like I can go even darker on them. Let me just Okay, I'm back. It's always so nice to listen to music that I like. But it's going to be dinner soon, so I'll just end it off here for today. So just to explain what I was doing a bit more clearly is that because the top view is kind of like an extra, yeah, like I kind of treat this as like an extra angle, I guess, kind of like a bonus angle, you can put it that way. But I'm not really sure if I want to set it up from scratch because I already have a couple of lights anyway. So I was doing the different lighting. So this is just the HDRI. This is the N1 slot 2, 3, and 4. The rand is without the volume cube. So there'll be more HDRI coming in. And obviously when the light is quite dim, the yellow colors of the HDRI will show up quite prominently. So that's something that I will have to consider, because I think it's like something like this would be cool, but I'm not really sure if this is the final look that I want to go for. Like I like the way that the wings are lit in this angle. I mean, not this angle, but this with the lighting, this lighting. So maybe it's just something that, but I also like the look of this. So maybe I've just duplicated everything, all the lights that I have, and maybe off stream I'm just going to like choose the ones that work well together, and also see, do I want some fog? In some sense, the fog is quite cool, but I was thinking like kind of in between. Wait, which one is this one? Like in between this and this would be quite good. Like this one is just, I don't even know what's going on here. This one compared to this one, I guess this is quite cool. Yeah, I'll just have to think about it off stream, because I think I've done quite a bit today and it is taking a lot of I guess I just need to look at it with fresh eyes. But the other thing that I just realized is I guess I just want to check that. Let me just hide this for now. But I just want to check that I don't need to use, like, should I use the fog for the other stuff? Like, would it make more sense? And I'm not sure whether I want to keep all of this too. I guess I should just keep it. Let me just quickly keep this. and now I can render over this. Like maybe it might make sense for me to put some fog in the other camera angles. Wait. Put some fog in the other camera angles and also tone it down a bit. Kind of like tone down the opacity a bit. Because I think the fog can maybe help with blending the different areas together. But I'm just going. Oh, it's a bit weird that this area has no fog. So maybe it doesn't make sense. Yeah, I guess the fog kind of gets in the way. But I think it's good to just keep it for reference. Okay, so one more final one. I think this. Then I'm gonna bring this up. Most likely I'm not going to use this one. But just making sure that it's really not what I want. Okay, probably not to, because it's, but in some sense it's quite cool. And like it really helps with the shots like this where there's just a lot of background. You know, like probably I can just put it like in comp in post. So like, yeah, there's like some things that I like about it, and some things, you know what, I think Yeah, I think it looks... It might be a good... It might be a good thing. Maybe just having it at like 0.1% and like 10% opacity would be really nice. It's like giving the mood to the shot. And I like the colors too. Also like to... I mean, I think this is kind of just a denoise and having less what? Like this just a lower resolution, so the lines are gone. But hopefully, yeah, you know, surprisingly this angle is quite good. Oh, it's raining now. It sounds really nice. But yeah, I think that's it for today. I hope that, I hope that you enjoyed the stream, and if you are doing Blender work too, I hope that you learn something. Oh my god. The trees are... The wind is quite crazy right now. Oh, I just opened the chat. Thank you for everyone coming by. How do you... Joey, like, how do you put that emoji or like emoticon? It looks quite cute. To Atian, welcome back. And you changed the light and thing. Yeah, I think that's really a part of the process of doing Blender and like lighting and rendering. Although I feel like it's probably easier if, let's say I'm just doing a lighting for Messmer only or something. But I personally feel like this scene is quite complex, but I wouldn't know for sure because I'm just here like doing my own stuff. But and like I feel like it's I feel like it's quite complex and quite difficult for me, and like shifting any light source a bit to the left or a bit to the right sometimes will show up nicely here, but then it will like suck elsewhere, or it will be like a nice surprise when it does something cool like here, but then it might change something here which I previously liked. So I think that was a lot of the thought processes behind that throughout the whole stream, where like I'm just trying to find the balance between what works the best for everything, for all the different plane changes and all that stuff. Yeah, but I'm quite glad with how everything has been turning out, and also like I'm quite happy with this one. Is where is it? Yeah, overall I'm just happy that the lighting that I did today for the specific camera, where is it? I have too many too many PNGs. Oh, it's this one. But like before it looks like this, and now potentially it might look like this. So yeah, I'm just really happy that I could improve on the lighting that was kind of like done really quickly before. And I guess it feels quite nice when I put like intentional thought and adjustments to the lights, and like that, like all that intentional placement, or like the amount of the color of the lights or the strength of the lights, the power of the lights are working out, with like some happy surprises of like I didn't think that certain placement of the lights would turn out as well as it did. So yeah, I'm really happy with like going through the trials and tribulation of like setting up lighting for every shot. And yeah, thanks for the kind comments. And Salad FX. Oh, Salad. That's a cute name. Thanks for the kind comments. And area light always works. Well, I don't have anyone to talk to with about Blender or lighting and rendering and 3D, so it feels kind of nice when someone tells me that area light always works. Yeah. But yeah, I agree with you. Area lights are really nice. Yeah. Thank you for tuning in. It's time for dinner. Hopefully the next one. Let's see. I think I still have one. Like, I think I'm gonna try and do the top view off stream, or maybe I can even do it the next stream. Then I still have one of this. 1, 2. Well, I still have 2 cameras to go, so next stream will just be the same stuff, but for different places. And hopefully now that I have experience doing the lighting setup for 3 of these, that I have more like kind of like better intuition to light the main camera, because I think this one is one of the important ones for this project of mine. But yeah, thank you for tuning in. Have a good night. Enjoy your dinner if you're having dinner, and I'll see you in the next one.